All right. Hello, everybody. If everything is set up correctly, I think I'm live, maybe, both on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm gonna need you to let me know if the bitrate is okay. Because I'm not sure that my Twitch is the same as YouTube without the 2 at the end. It's just artificial. AARTHIFICIAL. I think. Maybe I got this correctly. Yeah, anyway, so today we're trying to... Hello everybody, hi. We're trying to do some Astortion programming live and see how it goes. I'm gonna be honest with you, I woke up like an hour ago and I don't think this was the best of ideas because I'm still kind of sleepy. But we'll see where this goes. So last time I showed you the mechanics that I wanna take care of, which are these. We have the anchor walking on the wall, a sort of an extraction tunnel, some sort of an area effect that applies velocity, and then launching yourself, kind of like dashing, and then zipping to a specific point on the surface. I haven't done anything since the last live stream because I had some personal life stuff going on. So we're sort of, picking up where we left off. All right. So the way I sort of see it, right, is that I will try to sort of ignore the chat for the most part, just so that I can focus on what I'm doing, right? And then every now and then I'm gonna go back and like see if you have any questions or anything like that. I think that's the best approach rather than just, being distracted constantly. So anyway, rude. Yeah, unfortunately. The main sort of update function is currently here in the hot reload setup. We have the update player controller system, and then we have the update physics system. And update physics basically takes the velocity and moves the character in a specific direction while taking into account, all of the different obstacles. I'm gonna actually launch the game maybe. That would be cool to see what we're working with. And I also have an issue where sometimes the physics just doesn't work at the beginning of the game. We're gonna have to figure this one out. Yeah, so this is the setup. What language is that? This is Rust. The, I believe, third word in the title of this video. Okay, so let me just make some sort of a change here to see everything is working. The spoken language is English. Okay. So ideally, I would like to implement this using some sort of state machine, but I don't think it's gonna be possible to have easily separable states here because most of these things are meant to interact with one another, right? So you can launch yourself while standing on the wall or while being mid-air, either in the tunnel or in the area. And he probably also wants to zip through. I'm gonna be ignoring these three because these three have to do with moving stuff around, so we can take care of this later. Yeah, and I think we need to start with actually adding these elements to the game, right? From within Blender, so that we actually have something to work with. So I'm gonna quickly open Blender right here. So currently the way I'm dealing with this is that I have some custom properties on an object like this. Like right here, just a boolean that says anchor, and it denotes that, you know, this thing is an anchor. So I'm assuming we probably just want to add another Bezier curve and just... Also, the scale is extremely off. I mean, it's not off, it's just that a unit in Bevy ends up being extremely huge here in Blender. Yeah, so starting with, I think, okay, the path, I want to leave the path for later, because that's gonna be a bit more difficult. So maybe let's add the extraction tunnel kind of thing. Okay, and maybe we can just add it somewhere here, just to see how it would work. So I'm assuming it would have a direction in which it's gonna apply velocity. And you can probably even check this somehow in Blender, but I'm not sure, like in which direction the path is going, because paths have directions, I believe. Yeah, but anyway, I'm just gonna add a new custom property, which you cannot see. I just realized that the chat is like hiding it from you. But yeah, what I'm doing here is just adding a custom property here. And it could also be Boolean, I guess. It doesn't have to be anything. I'm gonna just call it a tunnel, I guess. Yeah, I think that's good enough. And now this custom property is going to be added as a extra in the GLTF file that's being exported from this, right? So I can go back here. Oh yeah, and we can actually see that the path got turned into a mesh, because right now every single path is being turned into a mesh. So I guess that's also something that we need to deal with first, before moving forward. Okay, but now I don't know how I want to handle this because Blender is taking care of it right there somewhere. It's not the loader, it's the saver doing the thing. Yeah, we're basically iterating over the registered parsers, and they add additional entities. So the question is, because I don't remember, you need to excuse me because I don't remember like half of the things already. The curves that we are using are right here. Yeah, and we're adding this parser. Yeah, and this parser requires the curve value to be present. And the curve is like a custom field that we add in Blender using a dedicated plugin for GLTF. So ideally we want to reuse it everywhere, but here we only want to take care of we only want to take care of the mesh, right? Is it true? No, because here we only extract the curve points. So what is causing the what is causing the mesh to generate? Okay, it's right now it's being spawned at runtime. So we just find all of the curve points without a mesh2D handle, and then we create mesh for that. Okay, so I guess we could just start by creating the tunnel and then figure it out. I'm gonna create a new module. Also, I don't know how to type, by the way. I'm a really slow typer. Apologies for that, especially when I'm live. Yeah. So just want to have a tunnel plugin, I suppose. The implement plugin for that. Okay, and now we need our own parser, which is excuse me, just which is gonna need a specific signature, which I cannot find. Oh yeah, extract curve. This is the signature we were talking about. So we're gonna wanna extract the tunnel. And this is gonna be mostly the same thing, I believe, as a curve. Actually, maybe let's take a look at the anchor, because it's a much simpler thing. Yeah, because that's literally just adding a new component, which is also what we want to do here. So add parser, by the way, that's not a Bevy thing. It's my custom extension for the app. It registers a parser in a specific resource, and then Blender uses that parser to like apply changes to entities loaded from the GLTF file. Okay, so we're gonna also need a actual tunnel component. And this is gonna be the name of the custom property in Blender, so it's just tunnel. And we're just gonna add it here. So yeah, that should be it, if map was actually imported. Okay, we can, I guess, also derive reflect and register this tunnel as a type, because I'm gonna forget about this later. And it's necessary if we want to like inspect these things in the Bevy inspector. Oh, not reflect, a tunnel. Right, and now with this, technically, we can just go to the curves. You know what I'm missing in Visual Studio Code? And I'm really used to that from like JetBrains tools, is being able to go to a specific symbol in the current file. Right, because yeah, it's not hashtag, because there should be a way for me to just like type the name of the function in this file and go to that function, right? Other than, you know, doing a search. Somebody said add. Yeah, let me check that. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're programming. Yeah, so technically for now we can just add a without tunnel and call it a day if tunnel was actually public. Okay, so now we just recompile this and see what's gonna happen. So it shouldn't spawn the mesh for our tunnels, but it will still generate the curve points. And curve points is a component that contains all of the points as vector 2, basically. Which may not be the most optimal way of handling this. Maybe it should be like a small vec. Because I'm assuming that it could be like a small vec of 8. Because I don't think, I'm pretty sure most curves will not have more than 8 elements. But that's just micro optimization at this point. Okay. Sadly, the game is always opening in the other monitor. I don't know if I can change that somehow. Yeah, so if we go here, we probably need to somehow let it know that, you know, the thing has changed. So for now, I'm just gonna delete it in order to regenerate it. I don't know if there's a way to like signal that the file has changed. Oh no, it still does not work. That's interesting. Yeah, it doesn't work and it didn't get the tunnel component. So that's, oh, because I did not register the plugin. Okay. The tunnel plugin, which is also not public. Okay, now we're talking. I'm also thinking about how we're gonna generate the oh, and here, this is what I'm talking about. For some reason, the gravity is not being applied to our character. Oh, is it because the velocity is like too big? No. That's weird. Yeah, but if I reset the game, it works. And it also only breaks with hot reload. So I don't know if this is just, you know, hot reload being funky. Oh, and we need to regenerate it again. So I'm gonna run the not hot reload version just to see. So for this curve, what we probably want to do is, instead of having a separate curve, have some sort of a range on a predefined ground. So as to say that, you know, the walkable wall starts here and then ends here, and this would be like, you know, 0.7 to 0.9. And this would be turned automatically into a wall, because otherwise I would have to like align them perfectly, which I don't think it's the best idea. Okay, and now I need to remove it once again, right? No, have I removed it just a moment ago? I don't remember. Hold on, let me try again. Yeah, I think I have. Okay, why are you generating the mesh? And not anything else? Yeah, I still don't see the tunnel. The custom property is here, so that's not a problem. He will never finish this game. Oh, here we go again. I'm sorry I'm like, you know, not speed running through it like you would want me to do or something. Great, now I cannot focus on programming because I'm gonna think on this about this chat message. See, this is why I didn't want to stream this initially. It's just like confirming my worries. Okay, so let me just try to manually export the GLTF file and see how it's gonna end up being if it contains all the extras and stuff. I guess I can call it just a test. Include custom properties. Yeah. So we have our anchors and we have our tunnel. So that's kind of weird. You know what the worst part is? The worst part is that I could not configure a debugger. So I cannot I cannot add breakpoints. I don't know if this is gonna work. Thank you guys for all the chat messages. I appreciate them. Yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna do the classical print line just to see if this method is... I hate that, okay? Let the record say I hate doing the print line, but the debugger is not working. Okay, and now, hold on, is the game running? No, it's not. I still need to get used to like working on one monitor. So I'm way too, how to say that? Way too lazy, used to not having to, you know, switch between tabs. Okay, so the tunnel is being printed multiple times, in fact, because I'm silly, because we're only interested in this. we only want to see if the tunnel is actually here at in the extras dictionary. Control backstick should open a console in VS Code. I use that and manually run. Yeah, I know that. You just don't see the console because the chat is obscuring it, but I do have the console here. Because I figure you don't need to see that. Okay, let me try one more time. Also now there's a lot of garbage being generated because of these files, so let me just get rid of them. Because all of this is being exported here. Okay. No, we don't have the physics again. We can check like this. Yeah, so it didn't log it. I couldn't see the tunnel log, which means that we're not entering this. So that's interesting. I'm gonna do something crazy and change the order of the plugins so that the tunnel is registered before curves. And then technically, if something is wrong with the extraction process, that, you know, removing the key here for some reason makes it so that next keys cannot be removed. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But if that's the case, then we should see the tunnel entity being added, because the order matters in these parsers. Nope, still doesn't work. I can already sense that it's something stupid. Did I like misspell the tunnel here? Let me just quickly double check. No, it is just tunnel. You know what? Let's just get rid of this for a second, like all together, and see what's gonna happen then. Oh, nothing is loading, of course. So anchors are given the anchor property, but this doesn't get the tunnel for some reason. Wait, I'm stupid, I think. I knew it's gonna be something silly. Here's the thing, the curve component, if we could find it, the curve points component, look at this. It needs reflection on like the component trait, because it has to be serialized into the bevy scene, and this is something that we're missing from here. So that should be it. And here we go. Now we have the our meshes, and we have our tunnel somewhere. Hold on. We need to figure out which. This is probably it. Yeah, and there's the tunnel, and the tunnel also have curve points, so everything is working correctly, because now we can use that, you know, to calculate the forces and whatever. Okay. Yeah, so that's awesome. That's a really nice start to these live streams. We're just missing one line. Okay, but now having the tunnel, let's try to figure out the walkable wall, which is gonna be much more difficult, I fear. So as I said, we kind of, what we want to do is we want to figure the range. Let's say that I want this to be walkable, right? This S here. So I want to know what is, you know, the parametric time of this curve here and here, and, you know, save them as a range. And maybe something that we could do is use geometry nodes to sort of highlight that. But I feel like, I don't know if I want to do this right now, because it would be a bit difficult to do. You can add a name to every entity. Yeah, I know that. I wasn't supposed to read chat, but yeah, it doesn't matter. this is actually, if you look at this, this is why these entities have names, and these names are exactly the same as the names in Blender, if I could show you that. Right. So you can see that we have anchor 01, 02, 03, Bezier curve, and so on. Okay. No, so let's start with the programming aspect of it. So here I'm just gonna add a new property, and this property is probably gonna be a vector too, right? Can I make it a vector too? It could be a float array, I suppose, with the length of 2. The property name would be walkable, I guess. Okay, and now we want it to be from like 0.3 to 0.7, whatever, right? This is gonna be huge, a huge part of this, right? But we're gonna figure out the specific numbers later. It doesn't really matter that much. So this is called walkable, and we're gonna need to add this. And for now we can just add this here, I think, in the curves, because why not? Just add another parser. I also need to stay consistent with my naming conventions, because this is called tunnel parser, but this is called extract curve. So let me actually change the name of this to a curve parser. Okay. I'm gonna add it here, I suppose. Just change the name to a walkable parser, and now we're gonna, I don't know how to do that in Serde. Is that how you say that? I don't know how you say the name of the library. Serde? Serd? There's gonna be an array. An array of what though? How does this work? It's a vector of values. Okay. So we're probably gonna need this. Let's get the values like that. Right, so GLTF is stored in JSON. And this new property that we added called walkable is gonna be here as an array stored in JSON. So here we should be able to, you know, assert equal. How do you use that? I'm sorry, I'm learning. I feel like I should set that at the beginning. I'm new to Rust, okay? I've been learning Rust for like a month, so just keep that in mind. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the values length, yeah, is 2, because if it's not, then that's a problem. Okay, and now we just need to cast the value, because once again, so I guess we can just iterate over it, right? For value and values. Just pattern match this to a number, I guess. Right, and if not, then we want to continue, I suppose. So now value here is our number, and we can cast this to like F64. And we're gonna need a component for representing all of this. So, hold on. Okay, I remember the shortcut. It's Control-Shift-O. Thank you to whoever said that in the chat. What am I interested in? I'm interested in the curve points struct. Yeah, I'm gonna take it, and this time I'm gonna make sure to not forget the reflection here. So this is gonna be just walkable, I guess. And it's gonna be just from and to. We don't really, oh my god, we don't really need anything else. So this is our new component. Let me quickly register it as well. If I could find the plugin. My structuring of like files is also all over the place. I feel like the definition for a plugin should always be at the very top. I feel like that would be easier to think about. Anyway, let's register another type. And registering a type is also necessary not just for like inspecting it, but also for serialization, now that I thought about this. So it's a good thing I registered the tunnel before, because that would be another pain point to like find out. What's the problem here? Expected enum value found enum option. Oh, okay, because that's not how you pattern match an enum, right? That should be correct. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have a mutable from, and this is gonna be 0, and another 2. This is also gonna be 0. If I could type, and now this is gonna be from. Oh wait, that's gonna be annoying. I guess we can just I guess we could just, since we're asserting the length already, I can just do, I don't know what I can do. I can access them as like this, and then just cast them immediately without all of the pattern matching. And then just unwrap it, because nobody cares, because it's this code is run at compilation. It's not run when the game is running, so it doesn't matter if it throws. Okay, and these actually don't have to be mutable anymore. So we can just insert this immediately as an walkable component right here. So this is our from, this is our to. Oh dear. How do you duplicate cursors? It's something like, oh, okay. Found it. Also, I'm new to Visual Studio Code, by the way. That's another little thing that I should probably mention. Okay. And we're gonna have to cast them down to F32. Okay. We registered everything. So let's see. See what we're dealing with. Isn't as F32 a thing? I don't think it is, but let me check. No, just F64, sadly. I think it's because JavaScript and JSON in general operate on like 64-bit values, like always. Oh, you fixed your bandwidth thing. Oh, I did. Okay, that's interesting. You know, I went to the OBS settings and I unchecked the use defaults and specified 8,000 bits per second or kilobits per second. I don't know what the unit is. And now, yeah, as I'm looking at it, it works correctly. Okay, so if we could find our Bezier curve. Oh wait, no, the walkable would be on this. Here it is, 0.3 and 0.7. Okay. So now the worst part, because I don't know how to render this. I suppose we could just use a quick gizmo and render a line, right, with a specific color. I think that would be enough for what we need right now. What was the bandwidth thing? The bandwidth thing was that my bandwidth was like 1K during the last live stream, and YouTube was complaining about that. And I thought that is because of my internet connection. Yeah, it wasn't even a warning in OBS, it was a warning in YouTube Studio telling me that the bandwidth is too low. So that's awesome. Yeah, I think we can use a gizmo for that. It's gonna be awfully bad in terms of performance, but I guess we can do that. For 8 kilobits per bitrate stream looks crisp. It's actually, I believe it's the maximum that you can use on Twitch, unless you're like affiliate or something. Also, I'm streaming to Twitch in like 180p, and I don't think I'm allowed to do that. So I wonder if they're like reducing the quality to like 720, right? Because I think that's the maximum you can have if you're not a partner. Is that even streamable levels of bandwidth? LOL. What do you mean? 8,000 kilobits per second? Isn't it a lot? I don't know. I don't know a single thing about video encoding. Anyway, I need to stop being distracted. Let's go back to coding the walkable surface. Yeah, so let's try to highlight it with a gizmo and see if we're even getting this correctly. So yeah, just add a quick little system. I swear, okay, I said that I'm a slow typer, but I swear to God, typing on stream is like 10 times more difficult. Yeah, we're gonna wanna some gizmos, right? And probably some query. What do we want here? We definitely want the curve points. Definitely want the walkable. And as a tuple. Yeah, and I think that's it, right? So now the points can be turned into a spline. I have a function for that somewhere. yeah, into a path. But then we probably want to somehow cut this path in half. And this path comes from a library called Velo, or actually Curbo, I think, which is a dependency of Velo. And I'm pretty sure they have all of this functionality. We just need to figure out where they have it, where they are keeping it. Let's get segment, flatten. It's gonna be something like, you know, splicing or something, I believe. There's some operations, iterations. Yeah, here we have, yeah, evaluation, and then we have subsegment. Okay, what is that? So that's probably what we want. Yeah, it looks like what we need. Except this operates on like an individual segment, and we need to perform that on the entire path. So let's see if this is maybe being used somewhere. No, I don't think it is. Let's just quickly scroll through all of this, see what's there. Okay, I mean, it's not gonna be difficult to implement ourselves, so like, whatever. Oh, why is this an option? Hold on. What can go wrong here? Okay. We want to iterate over the segments, right? Is this what I think it is? Iterate, yeah. And then each individual segment has a subsegment thing. Okay. Yeah, so then we just need an overall length here to keep track of where we are. And we're golden, I think. Oh, and also a array. Or maybe even a new path. So let's call it a subpath. And this is gonna be a new Bezier path. So the idea is to iterate over each segment, and if it's in the range of our walkable, we're gonna extract the part that's in the range and add it to this new subpath. That's the basic idea. Okay, I don't know what accuracy we want to use for this though. See if it's used anywhere. We can then just steal it. No, it's not. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna see. This is the problem with working with undocumented packages, right? let's say it's 0.1 for now. So now if length plus, we need some early out, right? So if our overall length from like, you know, the start of the path to the end of this segment, if that's smaller than the start of our walkable range. Oh, but that's an arc length, and we want the range to be remapped to like 0 to 1. Okay, that's not a problem though. We just need to get the full arc length from our current path. If I can do that. What do you mean there is no length? I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like these should be methods on the Bezier path that I'm just like missing. Because I remember, or maybe not, maybe I don't remember. Because I don't want to iterate over all of the segments again. But yeah, I guess, whatever. Let's just do what works for now. So first we're gonna calculate the full length. Like this. And then we can remap our from, so that instead of the range being from 0 to 1, it's gonna be, you know, the actual arc length. We could do it both ways. We could be dividing in the for loop. But it doesn't really matter. This is giving me some major motion canvas flashbacks from when we were implementing splines and stuff. Yeah, so now if the current length plus the length of the current segment is less than from, then we know that this whole path is not gonna be, you know, within the range. So we can just continue. Similarly, if the length itself is bigger than 2, then we know that we're finished. Basically, we can just break this. So if we reach this point, we know that this segment is either fully or partially within the range, within the walkable range. I saw some perimeter method. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Ooh, would you look at that? Okay. That's awesome. I mean, it's doing the exact same thing, right? Wait. What do you mean? Why can't I? Oh, it's not public. It's only public to the crate. Okay, never mind. Bamboozled again. But there is a to-do public. Or is it subsummed by method of path L? Wait. But that's also not public. Oh wait, no, because that's a trait implementation, so it is public, right? Hold on. We may be onto something. If instead of getting segments we are to get the elements, there is a perimeter here. Okay. All right. Here we go, 2 lines of code saved. Oh, okay. This is gonna be a bit annoying. Is there a way to like cast it into F64? I know that I can use as, but like I don't know. Can I do something like this? Am I programming? Does it make sense? It does. I don't know which one I prefer, but I don't know which one is better to use. Maybe that's what I should say. Whatever. This is a problem. In general, the fact that the Velo library uses like F64 for everything, and Bevy is more like F32 kinda library. No matter. Okay, doesn't matter. Excuse me. If we reach this place, all we need right now is to know the range of this for this subsegment, which is a range, the definition of which I cannot find. What is this? Oh, hey, look at this. It's a start and end. Okay, and the index is something. It's F64. Okay. Okay, so I need the range from this library. How do I get this? Oh, this is a library. Okay, I thought it's a custom type. Okay, so this is the range. So what would be the start of the range? The start of the range would be from minus the current length that we are at, and the two. No, it's not. It's end, and end would be. Am I stupid? I feel like subsegment is gonna take. Yeah, because it's gonna evaluate it. So it excuse me, it expects a parameter from 1 to 0. So yeah, we're doing it wrong. We should be dividing. We should be dividing this here, so that we operate within this 0 to 1 range. Or should we? Hold on a second. No, okay. This is gonna give us the start of the arc length, not as 1 to 0, but as not as 0 to 1, but as 0 to the length of the curve. So then we just need to divide it by arc length. And then ideally, we want this to be the minimum, no, the maximum with a 0. So this way it cannot be lower than 0 because we don't really want that. I don't think it should be possible because we know that length is smaller than from. It's much smaller than from, so it cannot be negative. So I guess we can get rid of this. That would be the start, and the end would be what would be the end? Actually, let me try to draw this, what we're doing here, because I don't know. I'm having a trouble visualizing it in my head. We have a path, right? And then we have another path. And then we have another path, and this is our spline. And then we want to say that the walkable range goes somewhat like this, right? Maybe no. Let's use an example that just takes a portion of this. So we are continuously keeping the current length. So we know that this is basically this. And then we are subtracting it from. And from is this. So what we end up with when we subtract the current length from is this portion, which is okay. That's exactly what we need. And then we need to figure out this portion. So this portion also should be relatively simple, because this is gonna be the 2, right? This is from. So if I just need to subtract 2 and from and divide it by the arc length. Okay. So this is gonna be 2 minus from divided by the arc length. And then hopefully we're gonna go for min 1.0. And then hopefully this is gonna work. So now we just need to add this to our subpath. Can I not add a segment? Is that not possible? Can I create a new, can I create a new Bezier path from segments? That would be useful. Well, it has to be possible, right? Surely. You can do that from path elements, but I want to do it to make it from segments. Why not 2 minus length? Oh, you're right. Yeah. It should be 2 minus length. Absolutely correct. And once again, we know that length, if length is bigger than 2, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second, something's wrong here. No, it's okay, I think. If length was bigger than 2, yeah, that means that we are outside of it. Okay. I'm gonna leave the min still here. Okay, but I don't like the fact that I cannot, seemingly I cannot create this out of segments. Like, what's up with that? Is it just like a one-way conversion? Once you convert, you cannot go back? Let's see. Oh no, okay, so it's probably from path segments. Yeah, it's like a different file. So that's why I couldn't find it. Okay, but we still need to collect them from path segments once an iterator. So I guess we can just make a vector, right? I'm gonna make a new vector. How do you make a new vector? Am I doing it right? For path segments. Yeah, and then we're just gonna clear it here. And here we're gonna push new segments to it. Subsegments, actually. Okay, and now our new path, our new subpath is gonna be right here. Okay, and what do you want? And something that implements an iterator. I guess a vector does this, right? I guess not. It's not an iterator. How about now? It's an iterator that yields path segment, but it yields a reference. Yeah, but I'm okay with consuming them here. Also, this is not how you create a vector, is it? 0 generic arguments. Okay, can I... Oh no, wait, hold on. I know where the problem is. Should be like this, right? Not me guessing the Rust the Rust syntax. Okay, how can I do that? Is it possible? The type inside the vector is inferred, no need to specify. Okay. That's good to know. From path segments. No, I can pass it as a reference because it wants to own the things, right? Let me try. Because that's just a slice, and the slice also gives you references. Yeah. What about into iterator? Will this consume the thing? Let me rebuild this just to make sure that it does something. Walkable into is not working. Sure, whatever. Okay, so yeah, that's awesome. It moves the value out. So I guess I don't have the knowledge of how to make it do it properly, because I'm pretty sure that I can somehow just retrieve the values from the array while clearing the array and not allocating the new one. But for now, I'm just gonna declare a new one each time, I guess. And then this is gonna consume it and everything works correctly, and we have our path. Right? Let's quickly build this. Have you tried drain? No, I have not. Can I drain everything? So the program compiled, so that's awesome. What are you doing? Remove the specified range from the vector in bulk, returning all removed elements as an iterator. Okay, that would be it. If the iterator is dropped before being fully consumed, it drops the remaining removed elements. Yeah, so I could just drain the length, right? Let's see. Oh, it wants a range. Okay. I'm pretty sure there is something that does it, like automatically. But let's just brute force it for now. Okay, and now I should be able to go back to reusing this array. Is it better? I don't know. It compiles, I think. Drain ... somebody said. Okay. Yet another feature of Rust that I haven't learned yet. Let's see. If it works this way, I'm gonna be impressed. It's building, it's actually compiling. Okay. This is crazy. The fact that it's just like, yeah, whatever. It just knows, I guess. Okay, now we have the subpath. I feel drain is less performant than into iter, but there should be an into iterator that, like, how is drain implemented actually? Can I check that? I don't know, it depends on how does this work. Forms a slice from a pointer and a length. Wait, so it doesn't copy the data underneath? I don't know, dude. It's not time for, you know, complexities like that. I'm gonna stick with this, just because it's more complex. It's not as simple as the previous solution, okay? And everybody knows that that's better. Shouldn't you add arc length to the length variable in the segments loop? That's true. That's a really good catch. So we're gonna do it here, right? We don't actually need to mutate this. Okay. So we have our subpath, and now we're gonna have to not triangulate it. Hold on, I have a function for that, I think. I may have a function for that. Or maybe not. Oh, flatten curve. Flatten curve takes the Bezier path and returns a bunch of vertices. Okay, I don't need to copy this actually. So we're just gonna iterate over that. No. Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna flatten this curve. And then use windows of size 2. Am I doing something? And that's gonna be, you know, these are our points, and now we just need to use gizmos to draw them. You should probably register this system somewhere. Okay, if it works, which it probably doesn't, let's not get our hopes up. Are you affiliate because Twitch doesn't allow merge chat? What do you mean? I think they changed that some time ago. There used to be a time where they're like, oh, you're not supposed to dual stream to both platforms. And I thought they removed that. You know, if I get banned as well, it would be fun to get banned during the first... Hold on a second, because something is happening here. To be banned during the first live stream. Dual stream is allowed, but showing non-Twitch logos on stream is not, but everyone does it, they don't care. Okay. They allow dual stream, but not chat merging. That is why Primeagen and so have them split. So you mean if I had like one stream at the top and the other at the bottom, it would be okay? Is that what you mean? Like if we had like, you know, have the chat here and the other have the chat here. Yes. Okay. That's silly though. Okay, I'm gonna redo my setup. I'm gonna try to redo it during the break, maybe. If that's the case. Or maybe I'm just gonna do it next time. I don't know. I may risk it. Okay, I'm crazy like that. I'm gonna make... No, do I get banned for life? Am I just like not allowed to? If I get banned from Twitch, I cannot make another account, right? You might be fine though if you're not affiliate yet, because you didn't sign a contract yet. I've seen others do it too. You'll most likely get some warning first. That would be cool if they could like notify me first. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. How many people are watching us on Twitch, by the way? Out of curiosity, because I don't have the stats open, so I don't know what's happening. 13 people. That's, I think, a fair number of people. Anyway, going back to the curve thing, it seems that they are like extrapolated, right? I am hopeful because it looks correct, right? But it seems like some of them are just like shooting out to outer space for some reason. But what could it be? If you fail to adhere to the simulcast guidelines, Twitch will send you a warning prior to taking any enforcement action. Okay. Aren't from and to only lengths on the current path element? No, the from and to are like for the entire Bezier curve, because this is what we specify, right? In Blender. So that should be okay. I wonder if would sub-segment extrapolate? I guess so, because it evaluates. And it does a lerp here. And I don't think... Yeah, there is no clamping here. So we're just gonna extrapolate if the value is too big. Okay, we're gonna have to resort to some printing. Apologies. Don't look, guys. I promise I'm a good programmer. I could probably just print the range, right? It probably has some sort of a... Or not. Maybe not. Oh, wait. Okay. No. What's the problem? Borrow of moved value range. You can use the debug macro. I've never heard of it. Gonna try it in just a second. Okay, so I can already tell what's going on, right? We have a lot of negative values in here for some reason. Okay, so from minus length and to minus length, this should remove the previous curves. No, everything should be okay. I don't know why start is negative. It's like length is bigger than from. Oh wait, should it be the other way around? Should it be like this? Because we want to check if the current length plus the arc length. So like let's imagine that the range is here now, right? If we take the current length and the arc length. No, and if that's smaller than from, then we're not interested. So that's okay. That's a correct condition. And then the other way around is if length is bigger than 2. Yeah, and that's gonna happen once we overpass this. Move the print above the push. Why? It's not, it doesn't matter. Okay, I just cloned the value. If you're referring to like the borrowing problem. You can wrap the range in the subsequent function with debug. Ooh, like this? Crazy if true. That is some next level console logging. Yeah, but anyway, the problem still happens. Yeah, I can see there is one. Hold on a second, I'm gonna show you. There are certain to values that work, and there are certain from values that work. Right? Like this, if this was 0, this would work, I think. So I guess a really roundabout way would be to just say max 0, right? But it's these things should catch this. Let's see what's gonna happen. You can do this. Oh, I don't need to create a range. I get you. I'm gonna... Yeah, so now everything is within the range. Hold on, let me fix this nicely. And now we cannot see anything. I'm assuming that is being hidden by this like debug renderer. Ooh, look at this. That's it. That's our blue line, right? Has to be. I can see it like vaguely. The blue is like the worst color, I guess, for this. Okay, so how can we make this more visible? We sort of, we kind of need this to be drawn on top of the debug renderer, the physics debug renderer. So let's take a look at that really quick. Where's my physics plugin? What are you doing, dear plugin? Insert add systems, post update after transform propagate. So we cannot really relate to that. I guess we can use last, right? Because last is gonna be after post update. Where's my plugin? Doesn't matter, it's all debug. Now it should work. Probably. I'm assuming. If the problem was that the gizmo was overridden by the physics debug renderer, then now it should work. And maybe we should also switch the color to something better. Also, the next version of Bevy gets rid of these constants, and I don't know how I'm gonna survive without them. Nope, still did not help. Maybe it is visible, it's just that blue is not visible, it's not a visible color, right? Let's try making it white. Green, the default green is also kind of muted, I think. Magenta. The only visible color of them all. Yeah, no, it is here. It's just that, you know, it's not. You know what we could do? That's gonna be a bit difficult, I think. Oh no, that's gonna be extremely difficult. I was thinking about like offsetting it with a normal vector of the spline, but that would require modifying a lot of things. Can't I just increase the width of my gizmos? I know I can. Because there are like, you can like specify multiple different gizmo configs, right? Why do we need to see it? I don't know. Make sure it works, right? Oh, I know what we could do. Hold on. Okay. I know. So the line is not that important. If we could just like get the start and the end point, right? Because, and just draw like a circle at the end and at the beginning and at the end. If that's correct, and we know that the rendering is mostly correct, then everything should be golden. Can I sample this? Not sample, evaluate, I think. Okay, there has to be a way to evaluate this, right? I refuse to believe that there is no function for this. We actually do that somewhere. Find closest curves does this, right? Oh no, it iterates over every path segment. Okay, so I shouldn't have closed that. So the conclusion I have here is that the best path class is not particularly, or struct, excuse me, apologies. The best path struct is not particularly full of helper methods. Okay, but we just need to take the first segment, right? Can I? What are you? You're an iterator. Can I just take next? I'm gonna unwrap it, and then we should be able to evaluate it at 0, and that's gonna be the start position, and then the end position is gonna be. Can I take last? I can. Okay. And this, and now we just need to draw a little circle here and there. Okay, does this make sense? I'm gonna evaluate the first segment at 0 and the last segment at 1, and it's gonna give us a point, which is a problem because we're interested in vector 2. Now we're doing it. You cannot use subpath.first. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to this. Okay, all right. Something is happening. So if we go to walkable and and crash the whole thing, I think I moved it too much because it's like from 0 to 1. Let me type this safely, slowly. No, it just crashes. Straight up crashes on me. Why would that happen? Let's see. Unwrap on a non. Would you look at that? It's the consequences of my own actions. Okay, I guess we're gonna do it differently. Just gonna make a helper function because then we can just return an option. And we're gonna take some mutable gizmos in here, and our path. No, and then now we're just gonna steal this. And instead of unwrapping, I'm gonna handle it correctly, I suppose. And this is also not how you use Rust. And we probably don't want to lose the ownership of gizmos. Okay, what's the problem? Oh. Okay, let's build this and see. Using an option like this feels wrong. Well, I mean, we're gonna see in just a second what's wrong with this, right? Like, I know that we need to figure out why it crashes in the first place. Yeah, for some reason, from 0.4 to 0.7, it just doesn't work. It works for 1, 2, 3, and then 4 just doesn't work anymore. What about 3.5, 3.4, 3.3, 3.2? Anything bigger than 3 doesn't work. What about this one? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, I forgot that tab actually switches between the debug mode, so I cannot use it. So like, okay, hold on. There's a. Okay, so I'm guessing what happens is we reach this edge, right? And anything further than that causes some sort of an issue. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Just had to look, and Bevy is just moving color stuff to its own crate. The constants are still there, just move slightly. Oh, that's awesome. That's great to know. I don't know, because I installed a local version once because I was trying to apply some change. But then I noticed that the colors changed, and I was like, I don't feel like updating everything just yet. Okay, so what could be the issue here? Could it be that... No, it has to be closed. Okay, but then, so this means that if we go further than that to something like 0.45, no, just anything above that disappears. And that's a fun problem, certainly. Let me go to Blender really quick and see if like changing this has any effect on that. No, yeah, it really doesn't like this edge here. How about if we do this? Will this still have an issue? Okay. I wonder if this may be like a problem with something about this path segment specifically. No, but it also doesn't work with anything else. Right? Because even if I do like 1 and then 0.9, it still doesn't work. I think it's we're really lucky that the random numbers that I picked, the 0.3 at the beginning, just ended up working, because we would spend a lot more time trying to debug this. Okay, I guess we need to find a way to figure out what's going on, which means more logging, I guess. Could you answer on my question, please? Don't you need to add arc length to length when you continue the thing? Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. I answered it. I've read it before, and I said, yeah, you're right, and then I added this line. Oh, here, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, that would make sense because that segment is the first one, right? Because the spline starts here, and that's the first segment, and everything works correctly in the first segment because we don't continue, and then everything after that doesn't work. Yeah, you are so right for this. Okay. Look at this. We can, I mean, the dragging is a bit too fast, but yeah, we can, okay, it works. That's awesome. So now the values that we're interested in are like something like this, I guess. 0.44, and then here. Something like this. 0.44 and 0.52. We're gonna move them over to Blender. Now if we restart the game, everything should work correctly. Yeah, here they are. So ideally what we want to be able is to just walk up this curve, right? That's sort of the gameplay mechanic that we're going for. So that would be this. We have this. Area should be also extremely simple. And then the last thing is this one. And then we have all of the elements and we can start plugging them, putting them together. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break, like 5 minutes. I don't have a timer, but it's gonna be 5 minutes. So I'm gonna see you in just a moment. Okay, I'm only 1 minute late, I think. Oh, anyway. Alright, so these two, we can probably speedrun them. We just need the area and the zip thingy. So the area is yet another spline, right? Let's make it. I still don't know how I want them to work. Because they can have multiple sort of uses, right? They could be more like a zero gravity zone, or maybe have a constant force applied in a certain direction. We're gonna have to figure this out. Maybe let's put it here for now. Maybe it should be a vector. Yeah, just like that. Also, Celeste kind of has a really fun concept for these things, which is, you know, you enter them at a specific velocity or in a specific direction, and they just like push you through in that direction, right? They look like these little black cosmos like kind of thing. I don't know what the name of them is. Yeah, so I'm adding a component. You don't see that, but just imagine this. I'm adding a component called field, and that's just gonna be a boolean for now. Okay, and then when it comes to zipping to a specific point, I guess we can just duplicate an anchor. Anchor. I cannot say that word. And just give it a different property. Okay, where do we want to put it? Maybe here. Oh, but it's gonna be a bit too far away, because it needs to be visible. I'm gonna put it here and remove this one. And now I'm gonna change the name from anchor to... I don't know what the name of this would be. What could it be? It's like, it's the thing that you zip towards. I don't know, I'm gonna call it a target. Whatever. Extremely original. A hook. Okay, I like that more actually. That's a really good name. Okay. So now we can save that and handle this in Rust. What is this failure? Nothing. It happens from time to time, but I don't know what it affects. It still works. Okay, so we want some hook right here. It's called parser. Okay. I'm still, every single time I'm calling it something different. Hook parser. Okay. I'm gonna make a little component. Register it as a type, all the good stuff. Typical boilerplate. probably make a template for this because it's probably gonna happen. Although I don't know if it's gonna happen that often, to be honest. Once we're done with like the different gameplay elements. Let's insert the hook. Eventually they're gonna need things like radiuses, radii? I don't know. You know, the maximum distance that you can be away from them for them to work. Okay, we have the hook. And we also need the field, so I'm just gonna duplicate this actually. Man, I cannot type to save my life. It's gonna be a field parser, and it's gonna take the field. And also that's not an array anymore, that's a boolean. That's of no interest to us. This is a field. Okay. And then the hook also needs to be a boolean. And we also need our hacky solution to not generating the mesh for the unwanted, you know, entities. So let's add another without. I guess at this point it would be easier to just add a new tag to the ground, right? Or not, hook is not a curve actually, field is. Okay, but I'm starting to regret the name field because it's so common. Yeah, let's actually let's rename this to a force field because I feel like it's more unique this way. Yeah, so now this is without force field. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. In the field plugin, you want to register type field. I found that for renaming in Visual Studio Code. Yeah, but I think I did that, right? I changed that because it was hook, right? I mean, the file can be just called field. I guess maybe we could just rename the plugin to be force field plugin. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of this in just a second. Hi, can you tell me what is your Visual Studio Code icon theme? This is the JetBrains one. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. It's this one, and the reason I have it, okay, let me explain. Is because the default icon theme doesn't have folders for folders, and it messes up with my brain. I don't know. I just need them to be there. All right. What do we have here? We have our new anchor. That's actually a hook. That's awesome. And we have our unsaved. Okay, so something actually went wrong with saving, it seems. Oh no, it's correct. Okay, never mind. I thought that this is the Bezier circle, but it's just white. Because why is it white? What are you? Oh, because it's the closest anchor. Okay. Whatever is the closest is displayed with white. Okay. But the field is somewhere here. Trust me. It is a force field and it has some curve points. Yeah, looks about okay. We have like the same vertices here. Okay. Let's add a little debug function just to make sure that everything is correct. I don't know how I want to handle the force fields yet, because I'm not sure if I want to make them into a detector collider in the Rapier and use that to detect if we're inside. I think that would be the best idea, right? So let's add a function for spawning fields. And let's actually steal it from spawning meshes. I'm just gonna yeet or yank this thing. What schedule do I want to add this in? Probably pre-update. Yeah, so there's gonna be spawn field. And what we want here is oh, actually, I think we can do spawning and updating at one go, I think. Yeah, so we want curve points and we want with force field. And we're gonna wanna use this. Yeah, because the way curves work is that I first set up like the mesh handles and then I have a separate system that like updates the mesh and the collider. But here it shouldn't be necessary because we don't need to set up like materials and mesh handles because we only care about the collider. Oh, wait, hold on, but it cannot be a polyline collider because if we want to detect intersection, it's gonna have to be a convex thing. Well, that's a bummer. But I guess there's a method to turn points into like convex colliders, so we're gonna figure this out. Is there a specific reason why you are using Rust? Yes, you can scroll down to the description and there's a video that I put a lot of effort into explaining why. It's always kind of questionable when people ask me that, because it's like, you know, I understand if you're like new here, right? And you don't know who I am. But then why are you doing this? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know who I am, why haven't you seen a really important video that I put so much time and effort into? But if you don't know who I am, why is this the first question that you're asking? Like, you know, why are you using Rust? Like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to me. Or maybe just, I don't know, you missed the video, I guess. Anyway, I made myself a cup of coffee, which I'm trying to drink right now, which is why I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna be back to coding in just a second. I just had a panic attack. I hear the sound of moving cup, but my cup is standing still in front of me. Yeah, I have my mic connected to the desk, so I'm assuming it's really resonating, like whatever I do on the desk. Sadly, not much I can do about that. Will you get a new plant, this time with a dedicated plant cam? I don't know. I don't know if my old plant is replaceable, you know? I don't think it's gonna be the same thing. Someone should make an hours of live stream since Artificial has been asked why he's using Bevy Rust. Yeah, it's like 0 all the time. No, it's not that bad. Could be worse, I think, I imagine. All right, anyway, so we can just generate the collider, right? For our field, which is right here. Which I came here to steal this function. Wait, haven't I do that already? No, I have not. Haven't I done this? Is how we would say that if you knew how to speak English, I suppose. But that's not me, it couldn't be me. Okay, we're gonna spawn. No, okay, hold on, I'm tripping. I remember setting this up already. What have I done? Your spawn field is in your hook file. Yeah. Seems about right. Yeah, okay, thanks. I knew it. Thank you very much. Okay, so we want the, not the curve point, we want the curve points with a force field. We don't want meshes. And in fact, we can probably, this is probably more applicable to what we're trying to do. The update function. Oh yeah, and we need to also detect change, right? We only want to run this if curve points have changed. Okay, so entity, curve points, handle is not necessary. We don't care about the mesh. We care about the path. Collider from a polyline from vertices, so we don't need the mesh vertices, we don't need this. And recalculating the AABB. Yeah, seems about right. Collider from Bevy Rapier, and there's, yeah, convex decomposition. And it wants vertices, it wants a slice of vertices, so that should do. Oh, and then you want indices, but I don't have those. How would we generate that? In indices. Can I enumerate? Wait, no, because it's an iterator thing, right? Oh, excuse me. How would I do that? Because we basically need to generate, like, you know, the numbers of the vertices to create like a pair for each. If that makes sense. So we have the index. I can pick you up some indices in the store, okay? I don't understand that joke. Yeah, you need to explain this to me. It's because it's not funny, LMAO, okay? That's awesome. So I'm gonna have to keep track of like one pair, right? Because this, what do you want? What do you want? What is this? It's an array of an array of dimension, which I'm assuming is 2, of U32. Yeah, so I hate this so much, but yeah, whatever, it's gonna work. If index is 0, continue. Is there modulo in Rust? Can I do that? I hate myself for doing what I'm doing right now. This is gonna be, if if this is 0 and we're starting with a 1, so we're just gonna do this. If it's not, we're gonna do this. And then here, we're just gonna push this pair. No, we need to do it. No, we need to do this here. Okay. Push this pair, clone it. Right. This is the general idea. Also, index is usize. Also, we're getting some weird errors. This is something that happens sometimes to me when I try to like run 2 processes, 2 cargo commands at the same time. Is that like Visual Studio Code is picking up errors from the wrong thing, I think, and it like highlights the wrong things. Anyway, this is usize. And we want it to be U32, I guess. Like it's a 32-bit computer, I suppose. Actually, hold on, we're not doing any hot reloading, so let me just reconfigure this a little bit. I'm gonna steal this. And I'm gonna make this the default. So this way I'm running only one command at a time and it rebuilds everything. And it should fix the highlighting. Yeah, okay. So now you want the indices. What if, okay, hold on. What if there is a function? No, I don't think so. It would be funny though if there was a function that doesn't take indices and you can just like use it. But I'm here, you know, doing it manually as you do. Oh, we're not computing AABB because we don't have a mesh. And this is immutable. And this is also immutable. Okay. I don't know. We did something, that's for sure. You can also call skip on the iterator to not have the index equals 0, or Windows 2. Yeah, but Windows 2 is not a function on an iterator. It's a function on vector, right? I'm gonna check this in a second. Let's just wait for the thing to build. Because I need the index, right? I'm not interested in what's inside. I'm interested in the index. Okay, it works. It's just not closed yet. Which is weird. How did it perform convex decomposition with an open curve? That's kind of weird. Yeah, Windows, right? After enumerating, I can map Windows. Like slice windows, the windows during mapping overlap as well. Would that be it? Unstable feature, RIP, yeah. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Except for the skip one, I guess. Skip one is kind of cool. You can do this with a while let loop, I guess. I don't know how you'll do that with a loop. And hold on, because I need to think about what happens at the end of this. About some features absent from iterators, better use create iter tools. It adds a bunch of useful and niche methods to iterators. It's a good suggestion. I feel like first I want to spend some time with, you know, the standard library before moving on to like other things. But yeah, eventually, definitely. Like I feel like I need to first understand iterators, right, completely, before throwing libraries on top of them. Okay, so there could be an uneven number of vertices. This shouldn't work. Now as I think of it, this should not work. I'm making it much more complex than it should be, don't I? This is not necessary. Like literally all we need is this. Like that's it. And then at the end, we just need to check if vertices that length is bigger than 1. And if so, we want to close it. So we basically want to start with length -1 and then go to 0, right? That would be like the closing pair. Yeah, that's... I've made it much more complicated than it had to be. Yeah, here it is, in all of its glory, the force field. Let's try to make it, you know, a bit funky. See if it works. Let's make it with, you know, something like that. Like a little door. Yeah. So now we need to also make this into a detector, which I do not remember how you do that. It's not that I don't remember. I don't even know. I don't think I ever used them. Hold on. Let me Let me check. Yeah, it's a sensor collider. By default, a collider is a solid collider. It can be changed to a sensor when constructing the collider or after its construction. Okay. You can use 1 to vertices.length. Yeah, that's even better, actually. You are so right with this. We can, oh my god, hold on. I'm gonna check this. We're gonna go back to this in just a second, but let's see if this works. No, it's not a sensor. What are you talking about? Why is it not a sensor? It is a force field. It has a collider handle, and it is a sensor. That's weird. We're gonna have to investigate this, I believe, in the physics handling, because maybe I don't ignore sensors. Actually, let's do it right now. Why not? It should be pretty straightforward, because I'm constructing the filter somewhere. Oh, it doesn't work like this. Exclude collider. Can I exclude sensors? Yeah. Pretty straightforward, actually. The physics bug that we're gonna have to figure out eventually. You know what I'm afraid of? There is this thing that sometimes happens to me when I relaunch the process in VS Code too fast, and something gets messed up with the build directory, and compilation just stops working, and I need to remove the entire target directory to make it work again. I'm afraid that is gonna happen, because if I have to rebuild this again, oh, still doesn't work. This is gonna take ages. That's weird. We excluded sensors. So am I not using it properly everywhere? No, it seems like every cast I do is using this filter. I suppose it's this. This is my advanced intersection prevention, I guess. What it does, it checks intersection with other colliders, and if we intersect with something, we just offset us back in order to make sure that we don't sink through the floor. I copied it from the original character controller, because Rapier comes with its own character controller, but I had to modify it because the default is a bit too limiting when it comes to dealing with gravity. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're making a game about gravity, I think you can't really use a pre-made character controller, because the Rapier one doesn't even give you the angle of the slope that you're standing on, right? So it's like, how am I supposed to work with this? Anyway, we just need to check if this collider entity, we have the handle, we have the collider. Can I check if the collider is a sensor somehow? It's sensor. Yeah, okay. Oh, I cannot continue. That's not that's a function. I guess we're gonna nest this into infinity and beyond. Now it should work. You should configure Rust Analyzer. Oh, hold on. You should configure Rust Analyzer to build in target.rust analyzer. This will fix a lot of problems for VS Code. Oh, that's a good suggestion. Give me a second. I'm gonna check it in just a moment. Man. Okay, but now this part works for sure. So what is colliding with it? Let me check really quick. Okay, no, I don't think there's a point in fixing it right now. We're gonna go back to it. How would I configure this in Rust Analyzer? That's my question right now. Is this something that I can configure from here, or do I need to target directory? Optional path to a Rust Analyzer specific target directory. This prevents Rust Analyzer's cargo check and initial build script and proc macro building from locking the cargo lock at the expense of duplicating build artifacts. Okay. I hope I'm doing it correctly. I think you can return from closures. Yeah, but not if they don't specify a return type. I'm gonna check. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does. Oh wait, Rust Analyzer is restarting. Oh wait, Rust Analyzing has to rebuild the whole project. Okay, so here goes you know, IDE support, I guess. Haven't thought this through. Yeah, anyway, we don't need that. We're just gonna do it like the programmers of old, okay? What is the extension you are using that stacks your tabs like that? It's a default configuration, you know? I mean, not default, but it's something that VS Code comes with. It's, yeah, wrap tabs. Now this will make it wrap. And there's also something that makes them smaller, but I never remember the name of this setting, but there is a setting that makes them compact. Oh, here it is, right? So the default is big and I use compact. So that's my setting. Okay, so while Rust Analyzer is building, I guess we could try doing something, but I'm not sure what. In order to like try, maybe if we, yeah, let's try just like ignoring snapping to the ground, and let's see if that's the problem here. No, but I cannot do that. Okay, never mind. I don't feel like fixing it right now. We'll get there when we get there. We need to take care of our hooks as well. Oh no, the hooks are working already. Okay. Rust Analyzer build time should be half of a normal build time, hopefully. Yeah, but the fact that the building the project will not have to wait for lock on the file, which it can sometimes be stuck on for some time, I think it's a good trade-off. Where are you from? You have a nice accent. I don't know, dude. I'm from Poland. I don't know about the accent though. I cannot. I'm not sure why the whole thing is like shaky. I think you can see that on the playback, like the camera shakes. I'm not sure what's up with that as well. I knew it. Yeah. You know what we could try doing? But first of all, oh my god, we probably want to ignore the new target directory. Wait, did I call it with an underscore instead of a dash? Also, where are the settings? Where have I configured this thing? Yeah, I used a dash. No. And now it's different than everything else. I hate this. Anyway. It's probably global. Yeah, it probably is. It's okay. I'm gonna commit all of this actually. Because I like what we have so far. And I'd like to try to get rid of hot reloading completely when it's not enabled, because right now it still sort of uses it. Even if hot reload is not enabled, so that's a problem. Because ideally, I would like to register my systems, these systems. I'd like to register them using a plugin if hot reloading is not enabled, right? And then I think that would fix it. Also, hold on. Let me try doing something really quick. I wonder if it's gonna fix my issue, having the folder being different here, if it's gonna fix my issue with highlighting errors when having two commands running at the same time. Because I feel like that's what was clashing before. Wait. This should be not. I wonder if somebody was mentioning this and I just haven't seen the. So that would explain why it doesn't work, I think. Because we only want to do this when it's not a sensor. Yeah, here we go. We can now just pass through it, no problem. Okay. See, now the game is mostly running smooth. Also, there is a problem here. I know what this problem is. Because this red arrow, it displays the closest point on a curve, and it's finding this this rail that we added, right? It's currently detecting this thing, this arch. Yeah. So while okay, I wanted to say while Rust Analyzer is building, but it stopped building the moment I said that. Are you running it with or without release? If without, choppiness is expected. Okay, that's great to know actually. But it's random, right? Sometimes it runs smoothly and the other time it doesn't. And sometimes having OBS running also affects it. But yeah, what you're saying makes sense, right? I would need to test it, like the final build, and then worry about that. OBS pretty heavy. Yeah, but I'm not even sure if it's like OBS being heavy and taking, the resources, or if just the way it captures the output might have something to do with it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm scrolling mindlessly again. Let's refocus on what we've been doing. We have the hooks, we have the fields, we have everything we need from these things. So now we just need to make them interactable. And I've been playing around with how to structure things in ECS because I have no idea how to do that, right? So one thing that I tried doing with anchors, for example, is having this component called find closest anchor. And if you attach it to like an entity, there's a system that will find the closest point on the curve and will insert a component containing the reference to that anchor. Because I felt like, oh, this is how you're supposed to do things in ECS or whatever. But the problem with that, I don't know if there's a problem with that actually. Because then our player controller can just like query for that. If I can show you that. Right? It just has an option for the closest anchor. And if it's here, we can use it for something. But I don't know if it's useful. I don't know if it's going to be useful for like other things as well. Because this only makes sense if we're going to reuse the output of this search in multiple systems. If we only need this in one system, then we can just perform it in that one system, right? Unless you specifically need the debug symbols and so on, you'd usually use release even while developing. It optimizes so much to more reflect how the game will run. I'm doing what they say on the documentation website, which is I have all of the packages on opt level 3, and then I have my packages on opt level 1. That's what I'm doing right now. I followed all of the things on the website. Same with like configuring configuring what? Configuring cargo to like use the LLD linker and also run in nightly mode, or use the nightly toolchain, I guess is how you'd say that. Inserting new components causes archetypes moves, which hurts performance. I'm not sure. Hold on a second. Oh, it's not. You're right, but we could make it, you know, if that's a problem, you can just, how do you do that? You can specify this as a hash table, right? And not a, it's not stored in the archetype table, but it's stored in a hash table separately from that. Yeah, but for now, you know, I don't want to overcomplicate this. That's why I don't think I'm gonna follow this, you know, approach. I'm just gonna, you know, make a function that looks them up in this system. And then if it turns out that I need this, that I need to do that in multiple systems, I can do it. But the logic is fairly the same, right? I'm trying to take a look at how this works. Because there are some common aspects, right, to finding like the closest element. There's a lot of common logic between the two. Here's like the logic for finding the closest curve, which is a bit complex. And we're gonna need to use this for multiple things, right? Because we want to know the closest walkable wall and also the closest extraction tunnel or whatever. Same goes for anchors, right? We need to know the closest anchor, but we also need to know the closest hook. And they probably should be considered the same, right? You shouldn't be able to target both at the same time. They are probably exclusive. Hold on, because I have 3 different cups in here. No, I have 4 different cups in here. That's a tragedy. And I'm looking for the one with coffee. Okay. So I'm trying to imagine how these things would work, because the hook thing needs to be different than an anchor in the way it works, right? Because an anchor itself also kind of works like a hook. I'm gonna show you that in just a second. Because it changes the gravity towards itself. So if I go here, right, I can just zip myself towards it. Unless I have like angular momentum around it. But the hook, in my eyes, it shouldn't allow for any wiggle room. It should be just like you use it and you immediately like zip to it. extremely fast. Like it's not really even modifying your gravity or anything like that to make you fall towards it. It just practically teleports you to itself. That's my idea for the hook, which is right here somewhere. There's a hook. Oh yeah, we need to also draw a hook, just so that we know where it is. So let me quickly take this. Actually, global transform. I suppose we could move this to common. I mean, it is already in common, but like, we could make a reusable plugin for that. Instead of like doing this every single time we want to draw a circle. Okay, I'm gonna use T actually instead of component. Am I doing it right? I don't know. Also, this is a struct. And we need to define this here. So the idea is to just pass the component that we want to query for here. Do we? Or maybe we don't even want to do that. Maybe we can just have a new component that we can add. That would be even better actually. Just have a little tag component. Yeah, we're not gonna have active, but that's okay. Just really want to draw the circle and that's it. And we're gonna draw the circle after transform system. Yeah. You don't need to be generic anymore. Okay, and entity is no longer necessary. Yeah, now that should be much easier to debug things. This is not necessary. Please add color into draw circle components. Chat is getting lost in all these white circles. Okay. But there's only one white circle right now. I mean, I guess, no, I guess you're right. Whatever. if you say so. I guess since we're doing it, can add radius as well. Some default maybe. Okay. Just added the debug components here. With added anchor. Okay, what color do you want the anchors to be? Green. Okay, what is the issue? It's private, what do you mean? Orange, every ground is already orange, so I'd like to avoid that. OOFF. Good old fuchsia. Look at them being green and all. Yeah, I don't like the fact that we still need to set up the anchor, but I don't want to add it during parsing, because then it's gonna end up in the scene file, and we don't want it there. Although whatever, actually, who cares? We can just rerun, you know, the whole import thing. Let's just reflect component here and register this as a type. And it's gonna be much simpler, and that's the point, I guess. Yeah, and now we can just get rid of all of this. And just add it here. So this is the anchor, and where's the hook? Right here. And hooks are gonna be fuchsia. Let's go. I need some way to like manually force re-import of the file when I change the code. Okay, so now we should have everything visualized nicely. Okay, here it is. In build.rs, you can check if a file has changed, then run some code during compilation. Oh, that's interesting. But I'm not sure. I would like to do that manually, you know? Like just have some shortcut when the game is running to re-import the scene, because I don't want it to be re-imported every single time I change something. Only when I'm working on stuff like that. Okay. I'm thinking how I want to handle this whole thing. Because we're not interested in the closest anchor anymore. We're interested in closest whatever. It could be an anchor, it could be a hook. It could be something else in the future, right? Because the idea is that you sort of point your stick towards the direction that you want to look for, and then it's like, oh, here's the anchor, so I'm gonna use that. And then here's the hook, so I want to use that instead. That's the general idea. But then how would you do that? That's an interesting question. I guess what I would have to do is have a query here. And this query would take like option for an anchor and option for a hook, right? Because I'm trying to, I know I could make like a common component for both of them, but then I would still need a way to find out what type they have. But if I were to do something like this and then have an OR, right? Something like this would nicely give me a query with, or maybe not. What's the issue here? Oh, should be a reference. No. Query filter is not satisfied. Okay, but for whom? They're asking. It's not implemented for or. You forgot a tuple in. Oh. Thank you. So this should give me a query over, you know, every single interactable thing. and then I can use, options to figure out what components they have. And then I suppose we also need the transform here. And then there's transform propagation. That's gonna be a pain here, isn't it? Because the controller is run before physics update. And transform propagation is gonna happen much, much, much later. So we don't know the global transform of these things. I mean, we know it, but from the previous frame, which I guess is good enough. All right, so we can slowly start working towards this. I'm just gonna copy this code for now. You know what I kind of want to do? Turn this into a custom system param. Because then this could be implemented on that type instead of being here. That would be kind of cool. Okay, we don't want any of that. Oh, you know what? We could technically use the same component for anchors and hooks by making it an enum. And then that would simplify a lot of things. Man, but I really don't want to, like, over abstract everything from the get-go. But I think it's reasonable. Where's the thing? Like, this could really be just a different version of this. But then we have objects that we can pick up. And they will also probably have to be, like, exclusive to this. Yeah, but I'm arguing with myself right now. But that also could be an enum. We could just have one single enum describing everything that we can interact with in this way and, like, not care about it. It's not like we're gonna have some polymorphism going with different structs being responsible for their own behavior. We're just gonna have a match statement anyway. I'm thinking for reasons why not to make it an enum. And yeah, I think it's the best way to go about this. We'll see, I guess. I'm still discovering these things, so mistakes must be made. Okay, but it's been 3 hours, so I'm gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. I'm a minute early, actually, I think. So we're even. What were you guys talking about? I can't really think of any other than that it might be too limiting in the future, but then nah, probably not. Just showed up for after leaving for a while. Are we debating whether interactable objects should be handled as enums or dynamic trait objects? I don't think dynamic trait objects are like are. I don't think I consider them even. It's more like I think I would have an if statement even if these were separate structs, which I guess is a good point for using an enum. To be fair, I think that creating structs for each interactable and combining them in one big interactable enum is a way to go. If the enum will become too big, then we could just abstract those structs by a dynamic object. Does dynamic dispatch overhead has that much overhead? I don't think it has that much overhead, but at the same time, I don't think we need that much abstraction, right? Like having a like polymorphism for interactables would make sense if there was a possibility that in the future the game is going to be expanded upon, right? So like you're structuring it so that it can be extended as we go further and further. But I think we're not going to be doing that, right? We're not making a game that's going to be, actively being developed with like new releases every few months or whatever. Yeah, so I thought about this. And an enum definitely makes sense because not only are all of these interacted in the same way, they are also sort of exclusive, right? So if I'm interacting with an anchor, I cannot really interact with a hook at the same time. I need to let go of an anchor and then I need to use the hook. And same goes with picking up items. I can't really pick up an item while interacting with an anchor. Again, this sort of comes from the fact that they use the same interaction scheme. So I think we can just use an enum, and that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Enum. Maybe let's make a plugin as well. Is that how you make an enum? I have no idea. Why is it a comma? Okay. A hook and a box. Let's call them this way. Okay. So now there is no more of that. So I just realized that find closes has like the player hard-coded here. Kinda ugly. So what is gonna be? It's gonna be an interactable, right? And so I'm gonna actually need it. What would be the easiest way to write that? I guess just a simple comparison, right? So I hate this order. Let's write it like that. Also, yeah, that's not how you do this in Rust. Then we're gonna need some EQ. Or not? What's wrong with that? Oh, okay. Okay, now we're talking. On your enum, if you do hook hook and so on, it will tie your enum format to those tracks. I know it will wrap them, but I don't think it's necessary, right? Now we just need to add an interactable anchor here. We don't need to care about anything else. What is this? Why can I use self from interactable? I've never seen this syntax before. Okay, we don't need a hook as well. That's nice. That means that technically in Blender, I wonder if we can do that in Blender. I don't think I'm gonna be doing it right now, but it is, nope, stop it. Just want to show you, yeah. If I could, no, there's string, but there's no enum in Blender. That's a bummer. Let's run this, see if it compiles. It does not compile. There is no more hooks. I need to fix some of the issues first. Also, I'm pretty sure this is not gonna compile now, right? Because we're using a lot of, yeah. So now all of this is not necessary. That's kind of nice. And then we really just want a reference to the interactable. Yeah, okay, I like this much more. What's this query? Oh, wait, okay. This should be here, actually. We don't need this entire loop, because it's not a system. We only want to do this for the player right now. So our target is just the player. We can just take this up here, and now this is gonna be our transform for the player. And this is gonna be target, like so. And we probably want to have both the entity and the interactable type, just so that we can, you know, do something with it, do some decision making. Okay, and now this no longer exists. We don't want to use that. The closest anchor, we want to do it here explicitly. So now we need to do, I don't know if I can do that. Because I need to pattern match the closest thing. But I cannot combine this together. It's gonna be some interactable anchor. Is that how you do that? I'm straight up guessing the syntax right now. And then when I use closes here, something like that, right? Expected tuple struct or a tuple variant, found unit variant. Okay, dude, just like that. It's just, we can just take the entity from here. And that's gonna be our anchor that we can, you know, use somewhere. There's probably a plugin to add enums in Blender somewhere. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Are you using the Bevy Blender Components workflow plugin? No, I'm using my own solution, like I do, I guess, because I want to apply a lot of transformations at compilation time. And from my understanding, but I may be wrong, my knowledge may be a bit old, but the, how do you call that? Component workflow plugin, it works at runtime, right? It instantiates everything. It reads the GLTF file at runtime and turns it into a scene. Meanwhile, I am using the new asset processor from Bevy 012 to turn this GLTF file into an actual scene in Bevy. And then I just load the scene, you know, like you would normally do. That's my current setup. This is mostly because I'm working a lot with splines, And splines already require me to do a lot of custom like exporting in GLTF to get them to work, because by default GLTF doesn't even export splines, sadly. Oh right. Is this the only place where the anchor is being used? I suppose so. Okay. Now this should work. We just need to get rid of this. There's also no hook. Oh, okay, we need to re-import this because the types are now missing because we removed the components. See, but this is generally the workflow that I want to go for right here, right? So, oh, some of my components are missing, so I'm just regenerating it without having to re-export everything from within Blender or anything like that. Okay, so good news, it does not work. Apparently. I wonder what the problem could be. Let me rerun the game really quick, because I just need to check something. Yeah, there is no interactable anywhere. Interestingly enough. Oh, I did not register the plugin. Rookie mistake. I just got here. What is he trying to implement? A video game. We're trying to implement a bunch of gameplay mechanics. We are currently working on anchors and hooks, which are things that you can target and sort of zip towards, if that makes sense. Okay, now it works. I'm being I can use anchors. And here it doesn't do anything, which is good, because it means that instead of targeting the closest anchor, we're targeting this hook, which just doesn't do anything right now. but that's awesome. So we just need to handle this properly. A hook is a gameplay element, sort of like in, I don't know, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. You can target a thing and it zips you towards it. If it helps visualizing it, this is a hook, right? So you stay here, you target it, and then you just move towards it really quick. It's the general idea. It's meant to be snappy. Kind of like a grappling hooks on steroids. No, like grappling hook in general, at least most implementations leave you some wiggle room to like go left and right. And here you cannot do that. You just go straight to the point. Like this is meant to look practically like a teleportation. Maybe not, you know, instantaneous, but like you use it and you just zip to the other side immediately. Without the swing, yeah. Okay, so we are storing this information about the connected anchor in the player controller. And we do sort of need it. Because once we connect to an anchor, we want to stay connected to it no matter what. We no longer want to perform lookup because you interact with this anchor and now you're gonna be interacting with it for the rest of the interaction, if that makes sense. If we were to look up the closest anchor, it would be possible to switch to a different anchor mid-swing, which we don't want to do. So the player controller has a place to store information about that anchor. I don't think this is necessary, actually. I think this used to be, I used that for experimentation with some like physics shenanigans, but now it's probably not really used anymore. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen if we just remove this. If something's gonna complain. Right click, find all references. Yeah, I mean, or just press Control B, right? I know that. But it's not as fun as just, you know, destroying the entire project. How about now? Yeah, seems to be building correctly, so these things are not necessary. Now we need to sort of think about the structure of it, right? Because if we are connected to an anchor, we don't want to be able to do anything else. So it is sort of like a separate state. If the default state is just free running, being connected to an anchor could be a different state. And then zipping through to the hook would also be a different state. So this could be a state machine, but it would have to be layered. Because at the same time, something like a launch should be possible from within any of these states. And then we also have walking on walls. I mean, it's difficult to like imagine how that would work. Okay, let's try making it into a state machine and see what comes out with this. I feel like I already have some sort of player state in here, or maybe not. Okay, so a state would look like this, right? It could either be an anchor, and then we could like store the entity here. It could be a hook, or it could be a wall. Yeah, okay. And also, I guess, just none, right? And we don't need the anchor anymore. We can just have the state here. Yeah, we're probably gonna wanna split this into multiple systems using a state machine, I think, although I'm not sure yet. Ideally, use an option instead of having none. It doesn't make sense if it's a state, though. I'm sorry. Unless you give me a good example. Not example, a good argument. Because like, okay, it shouldn't be none, it's gonna be idle. It's gonna be free run. Right? Because it's just the default state. And I feel like memory-wise, it would be laid out the same way as an option of the states. But I'm making stuff up, I'm not sure. Because then, if this was an option, imagine how complex the match statement would have to be in order to like match all of the states, right? You'd need to like have a custom thing for the option. Yeah, I'm changing it to free run, and now it's solved. Problem solved. I could probably just put the match statement here and have separate systems for each state and deal with it that way. How do you use the query? Like this. Yeah, so what we really need here... Wait, hold on. What we really need here is just the player. Eventually we're gonna have to replace this with like a normal state machine from Bevy, but for now let's just use that. So this is the query that I need. Actually, I only need the player controller, and it doesn't even have to be mutable. Is that how you do that? Yeah. Okay, let's see. What's the problem here? Result. Cannot mutate immutable variable. Why does it have to be mutated? That's interesting. I guess it's because it contains the iterator, like, that keeps track of the current, you know, iteration index. Let's do it like that. And what's the problem here? Oh, missing a match arm. I guess this could be the default, right? Just wanna see if it's gonna work. And then we're gonna add other states. Does it even make sense to use state machine for player characters? The states usually are very blurry and overlap a lot. I cannot imagine not using a state machine for your player controller, but I guess it's up to you. Like, especially when it comes to platforming stuff. I don't know. Like, you don't need to, and I feel like that's important, right? You don't need to have only one state machine. You can have multiple state machines, you know, overlapping, one handling one aspect of the game. Like, you could have one state machine for, oh, you're in the air versus you're on the ground. And then you have other state machine for, like, oh, you are performing a hit attack, or maybe you are dashing and stuff like that. I don't know, but I want to see how it turns out. Oh, the project is not building. Oh yeah, because we don't have any of that anymore. Yeah, so I'm gonna take all of this thing, which is related to our anchors. Yeah, just get rid of it. If I could select all of this. Is it building? It is. Okay. Let's call it update. Oh no, my focus. Okay. Update 3 run state. Just steal all of this, all of these system parameters. Okay, now we don't need interactables because we're not going to be looking for anything here. Not yet, at least. What is anchor active doing? Nothing. It's doing absolutely nothing. I don't know what's the point of that. Yeah, it's some old flag that's no longer necessary. Okay, so now if we release the anchor action, all we need to do is change the state. Back to free run. And we also need to take out our entity. How do we do that? No, it's gonna be player state. So now we know that we always have an anchor here because that's a state dedicated to this. Okay, and here we can just change the state. To the player state anchor with our newly found entity. Okay, does it? Yeah, it has reflection, so we should be able to debug this if something goes wrong. So, where's the player? The current state is anchor for some reason. Let me check if it's always the case from the very beginning before even doing anything. So I haven't pressed anything yet. And now the player controller is in the free run state. Okay. And then we enter the anchor state. All right. But then when I release it, it no longer does anything. So that's weird because we should leave this state. I guess we could just check for like pressed, if it's not pressed at all, to make sure that we're not missing any input events. Okay, and now free run, anchor, and not back to free run. That's interesting. Okay, it would be cool to figure this out. Oh, okay, hold on. We're not switching to a different state. We want to do this. Yeah, now we can. Ooh, what's that? Incompatible types. Okay, so I suppose we need to just call it like this. Makes sense because run hot system needs like an actual solid type. So we can just like use these as like one generic thing that the match would return. No physics again. Okay, something did happen. Just flying away. Okay, that's awesome. I feel like the physics is not changing back to what it's supposed to be. Right? At least it looks like this. I am technically resetting the state here. Oh, okay. This should be active if it's not active. Because pressed is like, I should probably call it differently. If it was pressed this frame. So that's why it immediately left this state. Yep, now we are in the anchor state. And we can go back to free run, but for some reason our gravity gets flipped to like a completely different direction. That's interesting. Where's the physics? Yeah, the up is messed up. I do wonder why. Oh, okay, because we should probably return from here. Leave the state and then not mess up the physics anymore. And that should be it. Yep. We are right back where we started. So that's awesome. But now we have states. So ideally, adding the state for the hook should be pretty simple. I'm just gonna duplicate this one because it's not gonna be that much different. This is the update hook state. Now we're interested in the hook. And we probably need to change the name of this input parameter because right now it's anchor, but it's more generic than that. But yeah, here it's the same thing. I don't think we want to draw anything else. We want to take the position of our hook, calculate the vector just the same, and now we have the direction. Okay, now the idea here is to basically modify the velocity however we want. So we can I can do that by setting the frozen to some with the velocity that I want. And for now, let's just use the hook up. Hook up multiplied by, I don't know, the speed of the walk. And leaving this state has to be a bit different because we don't want to be able to like cancel this action in the middle of it. Instead, we just want to check if we hit something, right? And then if it's not even is on the ground, we need something better than is on the ground. I suppose we need the ground normal. So generally, if we hit something, the ground normal is going to be set to something. And then we just want to leave this state. Hopefully. Okay, now we just need to enter this state, just like we entered it here. So maybe let's use a match instead. So if it's an anchor, this is going to be just a simple translation. If it's a hook, then it's a hook. And then if it's nothing, then it's gonna be free run again. And we're gonna set the state to this. So the only problem that I see is that we have no way of detecting if we have just entered a state. And so it may end up immediately being grounded when we enter the hook state, and then we're just gonna leave it. So that's not ideal, but let's see what's gonna happen. Do you stream in the night? I mean, one person's night is another person's day, right? Player controller, currently it's free run. If we go down here next to this hook, it is a hook. and it modified our our direction of gravity, that's for sure. Suddenly it did this in the wrong direction, so let's flip these two. Oh, and this is wrong. This should be, if is some, there should be no negation here. That's a little bug. Okay, and now the exact thing is happening. So we're not even entering the state because we are colliding with the wall. So I suppose we could use a dot operator, right? To see if we are moving towards the wall, because right now we are colliding with the floor, and it's sort of facing away from our anchor, if that makes sense, right? If this is like the current setup. We are sort of sending here. So the direction of our movement is like here, but the normal of the ground is here. And that's okay, because we're moving away from the ground, right? Once we hit this portion, the vector is going to be in this direction. So you basically need to check if, if the vector is oriented in the same kind of plane, right? So if you imagine like the tangent of the movement vector, if we are on this side, that's okay, because we're moving away from the collision. But if we are on this side, that's bad. And this is actually a dot operation, right? Because if you do a dot multiplication between these two vectors, it's going to be positive on this side and negative on this side. If I'm correct, which I'm not sure if I am, then it should be really easy to do. First, we need to make sure that the ground normal is actually exists, so we are hitting something, and then we can do a bit of math. Oh, and we need the hook up to be higher here, so that we have access to it. So, if that makes sense, just calculating the dot product between hook up and ground normal and checking if it's negative should be enough. Oh, we don't have transform here. No, is it not building? What's up? Okay. Oh, okay, I know. Visual Studio Code likes to do this thing where it asks you to terminate the previous task. And if you do, it doesn't actually start the new one. It only terminates the previous one, at least from my experience. Anywho, we have our player, and now everything should work correctly. Yeah. We get snapped to this hook, and then we are let go. That's awesome. And so maybe we want this to be faster, right? Speed itself is not really. Maybe something like gravity. Because I really want this to be snappy, but at the same time, At the same time, I guess I don't want it to... I don't want it to be too fast because we can, you know, miss the collision detection. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, I hate this implementation actually, now as I think of it. I feel like a much better way to do that, instead of trying to like modify the velocity and rely on the velocity, would be to, first of all, check if there is something in the way, right? So do a little cast to see if the sphere is colliding with anything. And only then, if it's not colliding with anything, if there's a free path from our position to the hook, just manually animate it. So not even rely on physics. I think that could be a bit better. Although I'm not sure. Because I definitely want to get rid of this additional velocity that we're left with. I guess we can just reset the velocity. Hold on. We can just say, you know, physics that velocity is, you know, vector to 0 and just not care about that. Yeah, no, we're not being thrown away. That's perfect, actually. Manually animating also gives you the ability to hand tweak the movement, so you move a bit slower at the start and faster in the middle. Yeah, and then you have this like really snappy, you know, ease in, ease out sort of animation. Wouldn't it feel weird to have all of your momentum suddenly lost? No, because this is meant to be, like, even this right now is too slow. This is meant to be more like teleporting you somewhere else. And the hook is always located next to a wall, so we will hit a wall at the end. Because the idea is, like, sort of the main idea behind hooks is that they would be connected to the walkable wall. So you would be snapped to the hook, and then you would continue walking on the ceiling. That's sort of the plan here, right? When it comes to this more like launching you into the air, that's what anchors are for, right? And they sort of leave your momentum for you to do whatever. But hooks are more like, oh, I can see this hook, I'm in the range, I can zap into that place. Right now we don't have the walls, so it doesn't feel that good because we don't stick to anything, so it's just useless, right? Like there's nothing you can do really with them. I mean, unless if we were to, where's Blender? I guess it could be a little bit useful in situations like this. I guess you could time it well. I'm gonna get rid of this for a second. Then we could technically like do this to, you know, enter a higher place. But yeah, no, they are definitely are gonna be used together with walls. And then for things like that, you know, anchors are just better. Just feel nicer to use them to jump around. So yeah, that's something that we're gonna have to do. But I'm afraid we're gonna do it next time, because it's been 4 hours. I don't know if anybody's watching me still after this long of a time. In my opinion, lerp on the position, but with an easing curve on the lerp alpha makes a bit more sense. I don't know what you mean by alpha, but yeah. Lerping is cool. especially since we will want to support movable objects. So if a hook is attached to something that's moving, altering velocity is not gonna cut it, because it's just gonna be, we're just gonna miss, right, the object, because it's gonna move away. A YouTube comment says to lerp the velocity, which I don't think makes very much sense. Oh, I read this as lerping the position. Yeah, anyway, we will be slowly... Where's my stream end? Right here. We will be... There is no stream end. What happened to my little animation? Here it is. Okay. Okay. We're gonna be, you know, saying our goodbyes and stuff. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for watching. It was awesome. Let me see. Let me know, like, have you seen all of the chat messages in the live stream, or did it miss something? Because I'm using a really clunky setup for displaying the merge chat. Do you think you will stream again? Never. No, probably tomorrow at the same hour. You can probably find me here. I'm gonna think about this for a few hours, and if I decide to stream tomorrow, I'm gonna schedule a live stream on YouTube, right? I cannot schedule a live stream on Twitch because it only allows me to schedule something that occurs weekly, which I don't know if I can commit to that. But yeah, I'm most likely I'm gonna stream tomorrow at the same time, and the day after tomorrow. The plan is to stream as much as possible this month, just to see how it goes, if it makes sense. I'm gonna, you know, take a little break and then go back, do some of the monotonous things, right? You know, do some cleanup, maybe try to fix some of the issues that we encountered. And tomorrow we're gonna be back to developing the gameplay elements. We don't see the merge chat on the break and screens. Yes, that's true. I could show you it. But yeah, I was generally asking about, like, you know, throughout the live stream, if all the comments were showing up, or the chat messages. I'm gonna modify the animation a bit so that it fits the chat nicely, and then we're gonna have it here as well. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at the statistics of, like, how many people were watching this live stream, because I generally don't even know. I guess it's better to not worry about these things during the live stream. Thank you for the stream. And before saying my goodbye, I have one more question. Will there be any visual indication that player is being snapped to a hook? Because without it, I think hooks can be quite confusing if they are to become as fast as you want them, as you want to make them. Yeah, so the idea is, oh, hold on. Don't look at this. The idea is, like, in my head, I'm drawing this with a mouse, so bear with me, right? But, like, you have the character here, right? And then you have the hook. And so I would like it to look a bit like a lightning that just, like, you know, goes from here to here. So you really just see a continuous line, and then maybe, you know, a little bulge that, like, traverses to the right. And it's probably gonna be connected with, like, general distortion of the background, because that's something that we're gonna be doing a lot in Astortion. There's gonna be, you know, like, you have the the old sort of from before Interstellar kind of rendition of a black hole. It always has this distortion effect behind it that sort of bends the light, right? So there's gonna be a lot of effect like that. But yeah, it's gonna look like you're really quickly snapping over there, right? Visually speaking, and I think it's gonna feel right, but we'll see. Also, the Patreon server being 7 onboarding channels with no visible history is a bit goofy. Yeah, but these channels are only visible to people who are not my patrons. Because like if you're either a patron or a member, you have access to the private servers, and you don't see these 7 public ones. I made them because onboarding had this requirement of having 7 public channels, and I wasn't ready to make the Discord server public. So yeah, if you somehow get the link to the Discord server and you join it, you're just gonna see 7 onboarding channels with nothing in them. And it's gonna change. Yeah, I just need some time. Also, which interactable is being selected had an indicator in the Unity version. Oh yeah, we're still gonna have it, but that requires UI because I want to change the UI to full HD UI, kind of like in Celeste, so it's no longer gonna be like pixel art. But yeah, there were these little icons that were like, oh, you're selecting this, and then like, oh, you're interacting with it, right? Yeah, I remember. They're gonna be here as well. Your membership run out, I should fix that. Oh, maybe that's the case, yeah. Or whether there's an indicator for selecting a hook. Oh, okay, I see. Sorry, I'm just like randomly reading messages. I don't know the context of the conversation. The chat itself is quite good, no problems here. Okay. That's awesome. Thanks for the stream. Good night. Good night to everybody who's like leaving. I'm also leaving, by the way. Yeah. As always, I'm gonna take another 20 minutes to say my goodbyes. Anyway, yeah. So you can tune in tomorrow, the same time. Also, if you're like watching this on a VOD, also VOD is gonna be available on YouTube. It's not gonna be available on Twitch because I disabled that. Because I figured like, what's the point? It's gonna be on YouTube forever. Available immediately after this stream ends. It's 1 a.m. At me. Where are you from? What part of the world? Romania. Oh yeah, that would be kind of true. Because on my side right now, it's in Europe, I guess, is midnight right now. Czech Republic. Yeah, so I guess I would need to stream a little bit earlier for that. 6:20 p.m. on the US East Coast. Yeah. I know, who invented time zones, dude? Trying to like schedule a live stream, 100% impossible challenge. The way I'm thinking about this is that, 25% of my viewers are like from the United States of America, so. But even then, the country is so wide. Isn't there like a 6-hour difference between East Coast and West Coast? So just choosing something that works, especially on a weekday, right? When people, need to go to work and like go to sleep at a reasonable hour. Maybe we just need to like rotate the schedule. So we're gonna have like, Asia and Oceania kind of stream, and then we have an Europe stream, and then we have a US stream or something like that. I don't know. We're gonna figure this out. Three 3:20 p.m. US West Coast. Oh, okay. So the range is not that big as I thought it was. The hour difference is 3 hours. Okay. Is it though? Are you excluding like Alaska or? Hold on a second. I'm fact checking this. If we don't count Hawaii, yeah, Hawaii. Oh wait, because that's Canada. Okay, all right. Okay, I see. I'm just checking the map. Yeah, we aren't counting Alaska. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Anywho, for now, the next live stream. So wait, if right now is 3:20 p.m. on the West Coast. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about this. But the tomorrow's live stream is most likely gonna be at the same time as this one, and then maybe we're gonna work something out as we go. All right. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching, for being here, I guess, for helping. It's been a lot of situations where you guys were a huge help. And I'll see you tomorrow.